How's that? How's that for volume? Good afternoon, everyone. It's earlier than I usually stream. And it's a different day than I've been streaming recently. But I'm here. But here I am. And I'm happy to be here. Happy to have a day off. I've been working 6 days a week at this new job that was supposed to have part-time hours, but they're like so short-handed that they just keep asking me to come in like 2 extra days a week. And I needed the money, so I've just been saying yes, but I need them to stop that. I need them to stop doing that. I need to get back to this more. I need to feel like I have my nights free when I do get back from work. Like I'm not just preparing for the next day of work all the time. I don't know. So all that said, I'm very happy to be here. Very happy to be prepping a little bit. We got the session tomorrow. I canceled last week because I was like, I need more time. I need a day off. I'm about to have a breakdown. So my players very graciously granted me the day off last week to just honestly just relax and be lazy. I did a little bit of dungeon work. All right. Yeah, I haven't streamed in so long that everything's going to be broken. Let me just see. 4K. Yep. Nope. Wrong. You can see up there is the... What do you mean? Okay, sorry. I think it's this one. Nope. There we go. That's the right. So I did this last week. I did this on Wednesday last week in my downtime. Set up this this little bit of dungeon. I'm not gonna fully explain it right now because I see I only have one viewer right now, and I know people are gonna come in and ask questions about it. So instead of rambling a bunch right now when people aren't here, I'm gonna wait until someone asks a question, and then I'll rant. I'll rant and ramble about everything going on. But the short version is, this is the weird... The longer it takes between streams, the more Joe is a barking mess when I stream. Just barking at everything. So, I apologize about that. I don't know what's going on. I'm going to check real quick, actually, if I'm expecting a delivery today of dog food that's been turbo delayed. Like they missed the delivery day last week and then tried to deliver it, and USPS said the mailbox was full when trying to deliver the 50-pound bag of dog food. And, you know, that is just definitely code for the delivery driver. The USPS driver didn't want to move a 50-pound box, an awkward 50-pound box. And I don't blame them. Maybe they've got back things going on. Maybe they're having a hard day. That's fine. But I need my dog food. So, anyway, point being, just checking to see if mayhap that's what Joe is barking at, and it's not. They're not out for delivery at all. So might not come today. So I bought more dog food for Joe. I bought some other dog food at the grocery store because they just can't get this bag delivered. So there's that. So if Joe starts barking, I might run up and check the door. Anyway, this here is Tower Aincrad. It doesn't look like a tower. We're inside kind of like a mage's tower. One of the players is a dungeon from the Battle Zoo folks. Roll for combat. The Roll for Combat folks from their from one of their books. So they're a dungeon. We are, after 60 sessions, 70. Boy, we are exploring. So that's a lot. It's a lot of sessions to not quite be nearing the end of the campaign. So anyway, so they're finally exploring some more floors of the player dungeon, known as Tower Aincrad, also known as Tower Aincrad. So, first floor has been available to them this whole time. Second floor they cleared almost immediately. This third floor has been put off for a long, long time. So it's kind of like a mage's tower situation. I could have put together a whole mega dungeon thing with connected floors, but I just didn't really want to do that here. The point of the campaign isn't to explore mega dungeon. So, and it's very localized to one player's story. So it's just each floor is kind of its own zone. The other floor had some like smatterings of different things. There was a library, there was like a workshop. I kind of blew a few too many concepts all at once. So now I gotta find a place to stick more of those in. But here we have a garden, because this tower was shared by two Naga. One a guardian of, well, they were basically they're just like one of the most powerful mages on the world. Is one parent of Turris. The other one is a guardian of like the cycle of souls and life and stuff. So more nature aligned, more life aligned. So this floor is going to be more dedicated to them. And yeah, I've already got the situation here. I said I wasn't going to ramble too much about the whole setup, but the tower is going to be bleeding with the the dream plane, the plane of dreams, a little bit, to help with some memories of someone who's trapped here, and one of Turris's second parent of the pairing. So there's the micro ramble, if you can believe it. So we have here, outside the circle is going to be the place where it's blending with the dream plane a little bit more. We have the garden here, of course. We'll be expanding on those details, but I need to not focus on those too much, because I will. Instead, we have to just start putting together the utility of it, and I'll put in the details later. So we're immediately going to add a floor, because I decided there's going to be a combat here with some ghost folks. We'll get to it later. We'll get to the sheet later, maybe. I'm not totally convinced that that's true. We might just be working on the dungeon the whole time and skipping the usual prep stuff. But alas. So there's going to be a fight here with some troops conjured up from dreams, from memories, from someone who's trapped in a knife in this here little sanctuary in the middle, in this little shrine. We'll talk about the whole plot of the dungeon when someone asks. Anyway, they're gonna try to grab the knife, and they're just gonna be kind of blown up to a different floor, a different like space above this, where suddenly there is a kind of a booby trap space, if you will. So we're gonna start working on that immediately. And you know, if I don't like how it turns out, well, bugger. That'll be a shame. That'll be a shame. Knife trap. Stuff over on my Twitch screen keeps blipping, keeps blinking and changing without my permission. I'm not about it. We'll compare levels here. So we are gonna have, I think we can just have whole different terrain here. Yes. I don't even know if I'll use I probably just won't use the terrain brush though. I will probably make this level, how do I do this? It's always so difficult to forget. Let's see, enabled. What is off? Okay, great. It's in the export where I just make it transparent. Grid no. Dude, I forget. I forget, man. Not an overlay level lighting. No. Grid snap. I guess it doesn't matter here. think all this is transparent. Anyway, it's fine. We're gonna make a circle. I kind of want to be slightly transparent. That might be annoying, but I might do it anyway. So we're going to do the pattern shape tool. Do I have to pick one that's transparent to begin with? I think I do. Because I can turn on an outline. Maybe I can yoink the alpha down here? Does this work? I gotta... I don't know. I don't know if it works. Gotta turn off the compare levels. We gotta do an experiment here. So we're gonna color alpha max. We're gonna draw a guy. And then color alpha here. I gotta change it for every time I use a tile. Okay. Oh my god, it works. Pog. Okay. So I can do something like... I can pick any floor I want, and I can make it like a transparent blue, probably. Yo, these are sick. Is this gonna be too messy? It's probably gonna look bad in a circle. Not too good, not too bad. If I line it with something, it'll be fine. Okay. So if I like... We're looking for 1010, right? Coordinates, you guys can't even see what I'm talking about. And we drag this down to 2020. Kaboom, I messed up. I didn't change a dang thing about the color. Something like this. Something like alpha this. And all this needs to be more saturated. I do want brighter. Kind of needs to be more... I don't know. I don't think I can do it. There's a lot of like yellow getting into it from the base color. So it's a little bit green, which I guess is fine. I can go the other way. I could go the purple. That works a bit better. Okay, let's make it something like that for the alpha. Love this program. It's so easy to change colors after a shape has been put down. That's true. I should have just done that. But yeah, you can make adjustments pretty easily. They've been getting better and better about making, letting you make adjustments after stuff is put down. I'm still on an old version. I forget what version, but version 1.2 is available, and I just forgot to update before I started making this map, and now I'm scared to update. But they've been doing great with this software. I love how easy it is to adjust things and everything. Okay, that'll do. That'll do. And then I'll find some kind of texture to go around it. How you doing, voices? Welcome in. We've got some walls somewhere in here. Six years, dang. I think it's pretty close for me. When did I... Yeah, we started playing Pathfinder in like 2020. I think I spent the first year using... What is it called? The web-based one? That's like dungeon... Not dungeon scrawl. Man, I'm not gonna remember. But I used a web-based one for a while. This is... And then I got Dungeon Draft before version 1.0, and I just fell in love with it. It was immediately my favorite way to make dungeons, even though back then it was a little unstable. It got better and more usable fast. Width 1, smoothness 1. Probably don't need to tint it. We'll see how I feel. Is it Alt? Is it Control? I forget. Shift is curve. To there. Oop. I should have put down guidelines just to... I knew I was going to have to find these 4 corners, like, a lot. Should just put guidelines down. So it was a little bit quicker, a little bit snappier, but it's fine. There. Okay, so here's our floor. This might be slightly obnoxious to see tokens on once all is said and done, but we'll adjust in Foundry if needed. Can I copy between levels? I forget. Grab this. Yes, you can. Very excellent. Oh, there. I see. It's 2 objects, in fact. Excellent. The guy down below is not quite on the grid. This is like so hard to see. That should be it. That should be good. Close enough. They're not really going to be it. Well. Oh. Don't do that. So I can't select patterns. Is there like a... Can I nudge? Not really. If that's not on, that's actually close enough. We're gonna leave it at that. Okay. Okay, so they interact with the shrine. Boom, this field throws everyone up in the air. Where they're supposed to be trapped. And then security something or other engages. There's going to be a lot of like traps. There's going to be like a barrier around this thing. I'll do a barrier with effects and Foundry. In my head, I was like, oh yeah, we'll just make a new floor and we'll just work it out. What's gonna be here? I kind of wanted there to be like walls and like a pathway, but I don't really know. I suppose we'll figure it out. This we will tint slightly differently. There's probably some, like, energy walls and stuff in here. Oh, nope, there's not. I only have that in the path tool. Maybe the path tool it shall be, then. Let's take a look at those. Let's just see. So we already can use these ones. Ooh. These, like... These, like, neon stones could be cool. I like that idea. Okay. I almost want to take this into paint and, like, sketch over it. But... what does this look like with no smoothness? If I just... pretty good. Excellent. Unless you zoom in super far, but... Or do further than a 90-degree angle. Okay. I should let the shape of these walls be determined by the traps that are going to be enabled up here. So there's going to be, like, barriers surrounding this thing. Maybe it's time to bring in my notes. We're just gonna... okay. Should make it a separate note thing than the session notes. That's fine. You can tell I've been very bad at organizing my notes. This is where I've been doing it. Okay. My delete button, I need to replace some of the key switches on my keyboard. My delete button is just not there anymore. So, terrace, 3rd floor. This is a low... I'm gonna say this is the location, but it might be listed as a quest. Let's just take a look. My established... okay. Right. Okay. Oops. That's supposed to be the region. Okay. So we don't need to get too picky about how I format the brainstorming here, but so we have the knife shrine trap. Upon interacting with the knife, an energy field pushes the monsters up a floor, up into the air. They'll be surrounding... they'll be kind of surrounding the knife. Maybe to disable something. They'll have to get, like, to the edge here. I was thinking maybe the field will, like, push them back away from the shrine, but maybe not. Maybe the point is to capture and disable invaders. And okay. So anyway, the energy field pushes them up, forming a second floor. They may be clustered around the shrine. So the traps that could be engaged. There's a protective bubble around the knife. Protective harmful bubble around the knife. I think we're just gonna like stack a few traps on top of each other here. Probably not hide most of them. And since the traps will be super overt, they can be a little more dangerous, a little more finding the traps will not be part of the challenge here. So the part of the challenge will be figuring out how to avoid them, how to trigger them without using your body, that kind of thing. So maybe a maybe the floor is lava. Maybe the floor is like floor is jolting non-lethal question mark? Electricity damage. Over time, every round. Hunt dog? Do you think you're gonna dig something out of the futon there? Yeah. How expensive are futon covers? Paralysis stun effect. Ooh, yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it doesn't have to be non-lethal damage. I'm so, like, torn between letting him entertain myself and wanting to protect that futon cover. Hey, Joel. Hey, Joel. Want to take a blanket and stuff? He's just gonna lay down now. So yeah, let's see. So it could be a paralysis stun. Maybe like a petrify over time. Like if they succumb to the stun a certain amount, they become like petrified. Ooh, okay. If the floor has a taser, then 1 point of damage and a chance to lose action that turn. That's interesting. Yeah. Yeah, there could be like a nominal amount of damage tied to it. Rubber Boots is the party's friend. Yeah. Love that. A couple of them, they're a decent level. They're over level 10, so a couple of them can fly trivially. A couple of them can fly temporarily. And I think one of them is immune or can become immune to to, like, petrification. So they definitely have solutions. But yeah, this main floor is just going to be non-lethal. The point is going to be you've broken security. You've like raised the security alarm. We are going to disable you until the owner of the tower can arrive. The old owner of the tower. But then there's going to be more lethal stuff, like if you try to get through this bubble, it will try to hurt you. If you try to go to disable the field, I think, is going to be simple enough. It's going to be this, like, outer ring of runes is going to be responsible for emitting this field, charging this field. And if they break that rune, then they can stop that part of the effect. And I think it's just going to be a labyrinth out to the edge. Drawing my own labyrinth is intimidating. That might be the thing. It might be like a maze to get to the edge and a bunch of traps on the way. Okay. So, labyrinth to the edge of the room. Runes at the edge control this damage effect. Should there be enemies here? I don't think so. But we'll see if I change my mind on that. They already aren't going to want to touch the floor. So I think that floor tiles aren't necessarily the most interesting trap to do, like big explodey tiles on the floor. I don't think that'll be the most fun. So there could be, like, wind knocking flyers around. Could be more electric charge between the walls in places. Probably not too many of those. Yeah, arcing lightning. Yeah, like there could be the walls, and then there can be spots where, like, if you just get in the AoE, you're at risk of getting zapped. Proximity. Tesla coils. You could just get a list. Just get a list of, like, tower defense towers. Start putting those in here. Let's grab some other music here. I'm suddenly like... Oh, okay. Sorry. I had to do a little bit of sleuthing. I was listening to a commissioned version of the Breath of Fire 2 soundtrack, and then I saw another one with the same art and almost the same title, and I was like, what's going on here? Is someone stealing music? No, it was the person who did the animation. Let's listen to some Zelda music. Why not? You know, some nice jaunty seafaring music to create death traps too. Okay, so Vicitia, the former owner of this tower, before the tower became sentient and its own person, was effectively a wizard. So, what are some wizardly traps? We'll look at some spells. Oh, you know, like a color spray kind of thing. Oh, that's pretty good. Doing more like... It's all about slowing people down. It's not about killing people. Killing people is not the ideal outcome for these traps. So making it harder and harder to get to where you're going. Maybe? So we have color spray. Some kind of force push backwards. Rotating wall? Or a wall of force? Well, of course. I should have started here. This is... just thinking about wizard spells as a bounty. Let's see. I think I am sold on the... I think I'm sold on the labyrinth idea. There needs to be a consequence for trying to bust down walls, because every labyrinth that I've put in front of the players ever, the players are like, what happened if smash wall? And I both want that to be possible and to have consequences. Could just be... Could be a bounce back. Some kind of force damage or speed back. Could reflect all damage below a certain hardness amount. Like if you do less than 15 damage, less than 20, well, not even that. 15 to 20 of the damage you do won't be dealt to the wall at all and will in fact be dealt to you. But everything beyond that will damage the wall. Some of these, nearly none of these require representation on this map. Almost all of these are going to be things that I just call for when we're playing in Foundry. So I might just put together the labyrinth here. I would love to see the grid a little better, actually. There's not like a ton of space here. I always make my maps enormous. This is only like 20 squares across. So a mere 100 feet across, but only 50 feet from the middle to an edge. And we gotta start it like here. Turkon's gonna have to squeeze the whole time because he's a Minotaur. That's fine. Let's make it so that... Oh, I kind of want the... There's no, like, end cap to these walls. This is a problem. Let me... What's this called? Inlay. Okay. Right, because this isn't a wall. This is supposed to go on top of walls. Kind of funny. Okay. Let's see if there's a wall version of this that'll, like, end cap itself. Search. Oh, no. Oh, no. I forgot that this, like, wall search module... This is a plugin and not a built-in part of Dungeon Draft. So it kind of breaks sometimes. Okay. Let's just go ahead and click out of the search box here. I do think I mostly have solid walls and stuff. Any of these could be tinted, but I think those super colorful, simple ones are going to be the best option. Kind of like the Tron, the Tron motorcycle looking double trail walls. Feels very arcane. So the only one that could almost work is this one. I do wish it was doubled, but that one could work. So if we do something like this. Yeah, it's just a little dull. No matter how you tint something that's already like a little gray and a little darker, it's gonna be like darker than... Like I don't have any option to increase the luminosity or the brightness of it in here. It's already like maxed out. Could add more green. But yeah, that's like as bright as it gets. So we gotta use the path, and that's fine. I'll figure out another resource to cap it off, just to see. Oh, that almost works. It's gonna look bad as you continue extending it, just because of Dungeon Draft things. But it almost works. One of the things that I'm hoping is fixed in version 1.2. I can't benefit from right now. I could try updating and roll back if it doesn't suit me. I should draw the critical path in something else. Not like in Painter or something, but like with a different path. That I can like easily delete. So what I was going to say is I was going to have multiple exits to this leading outside. but it probably should really only be one. Just because there's not that much space to work with, and lots of, like, doubling back and around and stuff. What is the maximum distance that the critical path should be? Maybe... maybe 80 feet? Which is... 16 squares? Is that right? We'll see. We'll see how I feel once I paint this in. I had a thought if I should maybe, like, arc this all around, make it a nice circle-y labyrinth, and I immediately thought about all the wall collisions, thought about having to curve everything into the shape of the outer circle, and I immediately decided, nah. Not gonna do that. We'll have the outer ring be a circle, and, whatever. Whatever happens. We'll have the exit be a cardinal direction. Vaguely regretting that the middle of the map is on a vertex and not a center. You know what I mean? It's on a corner of everything. This part, and only this part, would become easier if the center was on a tile, on a square. So anyway, something like... yeah, I don't want it to be that just working your way around the outside is the whole thing. So we'll do something like this. So this is gonna look like coming out here. The exit's gonna be right here. Sorry, just thonking up here. Because it'll be right here. So this can't really terminate here. Well. What can it? Let's see. Not good at designing mazes. How many squares did I say? So we're at basically 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. Okay. So that's 32 times 5. That's quite a bit. This got pretty long, faster than I expected. Most players can only move it like 6 squares. Action. 5 actions to get to the end if you know exactly where you're going. This might almost be too long, and it's not that long. It might be too long. There doesn't just have to be one way to get back to this. Most options should return back to this point somehow. Like, if they trudge through a bunch of labyrinth over here, it can come back out this way. Meet up somewhere over here. Same if they go all the way around the outside over here. I was going to say these walls should be see-through, but I have totally changed my mind. Totally changed my mind. That would ruin the point of a labyrinth. So let's see. This one will look something like... I meant to turn off the snap, not the... Okay. If we crank up that smoothness after all. I'll just draw the walls. I'll put like points of light at the corners or something where it makes sense. Gotta turn that smoothness back down. Gosh dang. Okay. Okay, let's make this most of this outer ring real quick. Donking. I know how to dungeon draft. Do something like that. Better points. Oh, hey. Sick. That'll do. Okay. It's making me want to run some Link to the Past randomizers. It's not even the right game. Okay. Yeah, okay. This is going to be the longest part. I'm glad I haven't given myself any time-consuming tasks with this dungeon, you know? I'm glad it's been straightforward. Okay. Having some ideas. We're gonna just close this off all the way through here. Nothing exactly. That's I always say. I'll do something like this. How you doing, Aki? Wonderful to see you. Edit points. How do I cut? How do I cut a path? I guess I can just yoink this over here. I can do something like this. Chilling here for a bit, trying to catch up on friends level. Oh, in case we actually get time to play. I see. I should do that. I've gotten a couple of people into Path of Exile this league. Sorry, just continuing to figure out ways to obfuscate this more. Brain breaking actively, but we can join this over at this intersection. We can like yoink this over here. Have this be... Not have it come out right at the end, right? Right? Oh, this could be a little like trap. Okay. I'm thinking. Anyway, I would love to catch up to some friends' levels in Path of Exile a little bit. Even though my main character for the league only is just hitting 90, like right now. This will be a nice little area for a trap, I think. Okay. How's them challenges going? I have not been paying much attention. I've gotten a few done. I've killed the Arbiter of Divinity once. I don't even remember what all the challenges are, but I think I'm like two or 3 out of 6. He's a bit of BS. Honestly, the Arbiter of Ash was worse for me. The Arbiter of... I died only once to the Arbiter of Divinity with, like, the same build-in gear that I killed the Arbiter of Ash with. And the Arbiter of Ash with that gear and that level took 6 attempts. And also, I had done 25 attempts on the Arbiter of Ash with worse gear. So, you know, I'm gonna say more fond of the Arbiter of Divinity, personally. We'll close this here. We'll do a little goof. We'll do a little Pac-Man goof over here. And these two paths just lead the same way. Do I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. There's going to be something that comes out also over here. Until you learn Ash, Ash is definitely harder. And again, I like that Divinity does in one shot, but he is just everywhere. Very PoE 1-ish. Yeah, he was jumping around a lot. And yeah, lots of dashing around. A little hard to keep track of. Yeah, my least favorite part, the thing that killed me the most with the Arbiter of Ash was getting to the second phase and the bait and switch of like, we're going to drop the ball that you have to stand in, but also I'm going to do the drain fire blast over it. And you're going to have like half a second or like a little bit of clipping to get into the circle while like right after that's going off before you die, before you get one shot. I hated that the most. And then the falling one-shot orbs, like, just suck. They're so annoying when they spawn off screen and, like, you don't know what direction they are. And you can kind of guess by, like, following his little dash around. But, like, I hate him. I hate the Arbiter of Ash. And if you chill the boss, they still haven't fixed it completely. The fire laser just happens at the same time. Got you. Bosses that get harder when you chill them are my favorite PoE2ism. I'm spending too much time staring at these lines. Boop, 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 boop. We'll have it come back at this intersection. This seems like a cute spot to have some convergences. We could have a couple more in here somewhere as well, but... something like this. Something like this, anyway. Can they see the shape of the room? They can see, they'll know roughly that it's a circle. They'll know roughly that it's a circle. They can see through the room to the other floor, which does... I was going to say, which doesn't help them. And then I was like, hold on. Hold on. Maybe these trees... Maybe some of the trees? Maybe the trees should lead you? That'd be cute. Okay. We'll cook on that later. We'll cook on that later. All right. And it's not going to be the only way. Like I said before, you're going to be able to like run around the longer ways to get to the same spot. But maybe the trees will have the shortest path. The main part of the challenges is just doing all the league bosses. Okay, but I'm on my way toward that. I'm like, what are we, 3-4 weeks into the league? And I'm like, yeah, I guess I'll finish getting all of my league points. All of my other passives. Maybe this goes here. Like that. Been running Breach lately, just because I need a quick filler. Ooh. Between expeditions, and I realized I have not gotten all my Breach points. Yeah. I've been doing... I like Abyss a lot, but really I should just be doing Ritual with the NATOs, with the Twisters. So... Should there be traps along the critical path here? Maybe. Maybe. We'll figure that out. The traps are so not part of designing the map. That's encounter building. Once the map is done, and half the traps are going to be, I throw them in front of my players when I feel like it, so... What was I doing? Oh, I was starting to cook the path out here. I think this is fine like this. Until I have a reason to open up another path here, I'm not going to do it. I forgot to put up a... Make it so I can see YouTube chat. It's okay. It looks quiet. It always looks quiet over on YouTube. Rituals aren't that good filler unless you get lucky. Yeah, it's definitely an audience with the king mechanic, as that adds 1 reroll per map. Got you. Yeah. Ritual is just one mechanic that I could, like, giga juice as much as I wanted, and Twisters would just carry me. Whereas, like, Breach is kind of fine. The Twisters are literally hitting, like, the entire screen at every point anyway, unless there's a weird choke point. So, like, it's kind of fine. Okay. The nice thing about... The nice thing? I don't know. A thing about this is that as they explore, they'll be able to see what they've explored, so it'll... It's hard to get lost on a VTT that's keeping track of where you've been. So it won't be too hard for them to see kind of... To start to put together where they need to go if they spread out. I think the critical path is not going to have traps. I think if they get that they are following something from below, then following those things will avoid traps. And that'll be the kind of ally... How to put it? It'll be the safe path for allies that accidentally get stuck in here. I was cruising, and I slowed down so much here. I just gotta keep, like, drawing stuff in. I made them... Oop, nope, redo that one. Okay. Oops, not like that, maybe. Something like this. What the? Oh my goodness. Now I forgot what I was gonna do. Something like this? Trying not to have it feel like I'm mazing them in a tower defense too much. Like, I'm not trying to just, go like, bow, bow. Like, all over the place. Just zigzag back and forth. But, like, it's a little tempting. I don't want the main path to be the only place with long sight lines, which it's kind of already not with this huge spot right here, but I think we'll do something like this. Like that, something like this. I really wish is that there's not a way to cut paths, I don't think. Curve, undo point, finish. Yeah. Not really, but that's fine. We can figure it out. I swear I had a plugin or something that let you do it, but maybe it's for walls. Not a big deal, though. If we just do like this, let me just do like this. Problem solved. I don't know where to start with this one. Let's do this. Maybe let's just keep working backwards. Just base ritual was better? Yeah. I thought there was going to be a node that turns items into currency. I thought there was. I thought there was supposed to be something that was like... But I thought so too. I thought so too. Something like this. Something like that. Make it look like there's maybe an exit over here. Almost there. We're getting there. Who knew I was gonna spend 2 hours of prep on the easy part, the one part that I knew. That's fine. You cooked a lot though. I think this will be fun. I think this will be something. Oh, maybe down here there will be a little riddle that will inform them of the safe path in some way. So there will be a nice bigger open room here. Something like that. That's not bad. That's not bad. Okay, so now I need to copy this to the lower floor so that I can plant evidence of a critical path. Should be something like that. Okay, like a little to the right, but otherwise this is perfect. It's on all the right tiles. Let's just like center it on this tile, turn off snap, and it should be golden. Something like that. Thought a bug was flying around me. It is down from something that Joe is tearing up. Okay. Maybe just some wisps. Some nice glowy wisps. And I can put some, like, light effect on it. I don't know if they're... Uh-oh. I'm starting to feel like I should save and restart Dungeon Draft. There's some weird little things going on. Let's see if we can find a wisp. Oh, spirit? Berry. Sensor of controlling air elementals. That's highly specific. And a fairy circle. Not quite. I could, I could make this small. I can make this like 0.25. We can do the color as this kind of violet-ish. It should almost be smaller than that. Oh, I'm realizing it needs to be a little more pink than this. This is kind of the color of evil. Color of the void. What? What? That is just not the color that I deleted. It's fine, doesn't matter. Go more up here. It really needs to be smaller than that. Maybe we'll do a... Gotta restart the whole thing. Great. Great. 0.05. 2. Oh, it balanced it to 0.1. 0.15? Doesn't like 0.05. Okay, fine. I gotta find the pink again. That is just not... What are you doing, man? Spread 0.5. Make it... The flow here is not ideal. Can I... Sorry. Can I... mess with the alpha a little? I do kind of want them to be brighter than this, if possible. I don't know if it is possible. Oh, this is still more blue than red? That's wild. I guess it makes sense. Well, let's see. Oh, I can tint it on top of the custom color. That's cute. Maybe that'll brighten it more. Maybe not. Maybe that won't do that at all. Wait, why is it... Oh, I understand. It did brighten it. Okay, sick. Okay, sick. We're getting there. It's still a little bit obvious for my liking. Okay. I think this is the only colorable one. I think it is. Oh, it's gonna be the same color as the ground. It's still a little visible. It'll be pulsing light. It's okay. It's okay. I fucked up this one, though. It'll be pulsing a little. I guess there does kind of need to be one on this corner. It's probably a little obvious. Especially as you get toward the end. Okay. Couple adjustments. We'll get rid of these two super obvious ones here. We'll move one here. Get rid of this one. And then this guy is going to move down there. So that it's not, like, glaringly obvious across this line of sight. Do I like that better than the trees? I don't know. Or the trees are a little tough to find the center of and know where they're pointing. I can do like bushes. I can do like some other colored wisps here. It does the job right now, though. And that's more important. We need to move on. Yeah, we gotta work on some other stuff. So, I gotta get my notes from upstairs. I guess I'm taking a break in the next 15 minutes anyway. I'll do it then. Link Between Worlds. Music, okay, sure. So. Just to write it out. Forgot that I have fucking LinkedIn up in the background. The cursed domain of job searching. I'll banish that on my break as well. Did have a good interview today. The follow-up interview was going to be tomorrow. I was very excited for that, but the person I was going to interview with turns out full up all week. So I'm interviewing next week. It went from an interview 2 days in a row to an interview today and then an interview next week on the same day. And I'm like, oh, all right, that went from moving real fast to like there's a whole week of work in between. That's fine. That's fine. I'll survive. Okay, so here we were working on our knife shrine stuff. Knife shrine trap. Let's see. So let's just list some stuff out before we go on break. So there's the courtyard / garden. Soldiers from Explicita's memory. Because we're doing a thing with the Plane of Dreams here. Aside from all the whole Arcane Labyrinth thing we've spent 2 hours working on. The first floor was dedicated to one of Taurus's progenitors, moms, whatever. One of the Naga who built Taurus's physical form as a tower. And then this floor is going to be dedicated to Fontrasan Encordant, the other mother who like built Taurus's soul and stuck that in the tower and was responsible for his kind of awakening into a sentient being instead of just being a tower, a dungeon. So, but technically Fontrasan Encordant is dead. And this floor is going to be basically about how she died, the whole situation going on with the person who rebelled against her, killed her. And, you know, Fontrasan kind of trying to tell Taurus. Trying to get Taurus to understand why it happened. Without understanding where this other person was coming from without being like, oh, you're not responsible for the crimes you've committed. You know what I mean? So that's what's going on this floor. Is coming to understand how Fontrasan was slain. Also, Fontrasan is going to be revived if things all go well. So, yeah. That's where this dungeon floor is going. Beyond that, we have 4 memories that are combined from Fontrasan and Explicita Defilis. One is the memory of... Oopsies. I'm supposed to write that up here. There's the memory of... And this is where I need to get my notes from upstairs. It's like the memory of... Rebellion? Memory of defeat... I don't know the order that they're going to experience these in. There's a little bit of choice on their part, but... Memory of... I forget what it's called. I do know the last one is going to be the chronologically first memory that they will experience of Fontrasan. It's just going to be the memory of, like, duty or something. Something like that. Duty's not quite the right word, but I'll get my notes and bring them back. My paper notes that I wrote while I was at work. But this will be the reason Fontrasan was put in a position to be rebelled against by Explicita Defilis. So, I don't remember what this is called. Memory of treatise or peace or whatever. Memory of rebellion is Explicita slaying Fontreson. Memory of defeat is Explicita being slain by the Campaign 1 party. Memory of treatise, which I spelt wrong, lol. Is Fontreson brokering peace with the 4. Peace isn't really the right word exactly, but like mutual exchange. The Guardians will maintain their guardianship of the ley line nexuses. Nexuses. In exchange for helping the 4 capture the world. We'll keep it in those simple terms. Keep it simple here. A memory of duty, it's going to be the final. This is definitely going to be the final memory that they experience. This will be Caladris. More or less commanding the Guardians to prioritize their duty, their guardianship of the land over all else. And Explicita will be living through and reliving some of these memories with the party as they go. It'll be a whole thing to try to quell the rage of Explicita, whose soul is trapped in this dagger, blah, 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 blah. They're going to be trying to... They could just, like, wipe out Explicita's soul. Bad consequences if they do that the party won't understand right now. But they could just, like, exorcise Explicita's soul from the dagger. But if they instead kind of bring Explicita... which is not her original name, she was cursed, whatever. If they bring her some semblance of peace and understanding, then she will leave of her own accord, move on to the Grey Door, to the Great Beyond, to meet her judgment, whatever. And then the lingering spirit, the lingering soul bits of Fontreson will inhabit the dagger instead, nicely packaged to deliver to the great ceiling tree where they're headed. So that's the Spark Notes version of the whole dungeon, what that's going to be. So now you know the backstory. Now you know it perfectly, I'm sure. So that's what's going on. There's going to be like maybe a lead up to each of these memories, or at least 2 or 3 of them. And that's what we're going to work on. We do not likely... We're going to work forward. We likely don't have to do the Memory of Duty today because probably the party's not going to get there. So we definitely have to have the Labyrinth super done. And we probably need the 2 first options here. We need to decide what the first 2 options are, and we need to get those done. Or like... what the first option is going to be, and that's going to be our task here. I don't know if I want to start with like reliving Explicita being slain. I almost... all right. Or like rebelling. I don't know which of those we want to start with, because they could both... it could build up to either one. There's also going to be a hidden memory here. I don't know when we're going to get to it. Hidden memory of of the Void sparking the rebellion. The Void manipulating the Drow, manipulating Explicita and her former lord into this rebellion against the Four, which is how we tie this all in together. There needs to be some highlights in here as well of, like, I don't know where I put my general notes. This is all setting the scene. I need new key switches. I will be so excited if I do get this job, and I'm just able to afford niceties without being freaked out that I won't be able to afford rent. Spending $60 on more key switches right now does not sound great. Although, I do kind of want to... I don't know. That keypad's pretty quiet. It's fine. It's fine. I'm going to... Shut up. Location details. Blah, blah, blah. Themes are going to be like... highlight the imbalance in Explicita's soul. The rage burning brighter than it should. Bringing... Although this is now like a little bit... Well, it's fine. It's fine. We need to highlight how the Void can manipulate souls when they can't directly corrupt them. Because there's some surrounding stuff about souls being corrupted and redeeming people who the Void have used and that kind of thing. Which reminds me, I need to send some DMs to Mitchel. I should probably... I'll do that after the prep stream. Anyway, so... That was some good, quick, snappy work. I'm going to go on my break. And then get my notes. We'll come back. We'll work on all this stuff that I babbled about. And I'll just keep trucking. We'll keep trucking. Not bad. I'm going to have to use the 15 minutes to kind of reframe things. I'll see you guys in a couple of minutes. Thank you for hanging out. If you cook up any good dungeon ideas while I'm gone, if anything I said sparked any joy or curiosity or deviousness, let me know, and we'll see if we can sneak it in. I'll catch you guys in like 5 to 10 minutes. I returned. I was gonna say the, like, StarCraft line, but I don't remember how it goes, so I returned. Let's see, I got my notebook here. My combination work and random stuff notebook. I actually do love these tiny... Don't tell me I ripped out my page with GM prep. Oh no, there it is. Oh, I actually had it all right, almost. Memory of Rebellion, of Treatise, of Defeat, of Duty. Okay, cool. Phone out of my pocket. So, I was just saying that I gotta figure out which of these memories is gonna be first. I have some work stuff I gotta catch up on in a bit. After the stream. After the stream. Some other work stuff, not my day job. Okay. Oops. Okay. So which one of these? It's easiest to start with the memory of defeat. And say that you have to quell the rage of Explicita by killing it. Which might be nice after a big old trap room. Okay. So we should just start roughing that out quick. So the cavern where Explicita was defeated. How far back is that? Oh, it's not gonna be a dungeon draft dungeon. This is one of the ones I did before I switched to dungeon draft. Where's it gonna be? Not monsters, it's not marches. Is it just Varus mapping? Garden? No. Wonder draft? No. Gideon, Monster Save the World. Where? Campaign Archive? We had easy. Maps. This might be tough to find. Ain't this and ain't this. Oh my goodness. I wanted to find the... What's it even? My Against the Cult of the Reptile God maps. But I don't know where I put them. PDFs? Adventures, Reptile God. I did put them in there. Okay. Oh. I kind of thought I made this. This is not the newest version. Boy, this map was rough. Where is the newest version? So I had some... There's like some pillars in here. I don't know. It's a lake. There's 3 pillars in the lake. It's fine. They may or may not fight an actual Naga. Like a souped up version of Explicita Defilis. I'm not totally sure. So, clearly this map is going to help me less than I thought. I've come a long way, I have to say, in general map fidelity. Come a long way. Take a look at the Golden Grain. My version of the Golden Grain Hotel. Simpler times. My map creep is absurd. Just bonkers. Just... I need to go back to that. I need to go back to just roughing out shapes and saying good enough. Listen to the description if you want fidelity. I'm in too deep. There's more objects than just this map. More time spent on just this. Ignoring the labyrinth that I put into both of those other maps combined. Okay. So one of these has to be a cavern. I forgot I was gonna... I'm just gonna... Let's... Give me a sec. So I don't know. Docs, LinkedIn people? I don't know. Okay. So the memory of defeat, there could be... Could be some Driders or Drow first. I do need to figure out if there's going to be a secondary room before I start. There also needs to be a side aspect of these dungeons of, like, unlocking rooms for tourists to use. Once this dungeon floor is complete, like, new capabilities that he can gain. I know, like, so Garden's not very exciting for that. There could be an apothecary or something that they unlock. There's going to be a door to the Fae realm, to the first world. I don't know what they could gain necessarily from... I don't know what room could be attached to Explicita being defeated. It doesn't have to be explicitly shown, I suppose. And I can talk to Voraktee and be like, what kinds of rooms do you think you can pull together from what you've experienced on that floor? Because this is much more ethereal than the second floor, where you were literally going through the core and the library and the machine shop. Hmm. I think this might be a little bit more of a linear dungeon. I think it kind of has to be either Memory of Rebellion or Memory of Defeat first. Probably Memory of Defeat first, and then the Memory of Treatise, and then the Memory of Rebellion. Because if they do Defeat and Rebellion, one after the other, it's just going to be like, fight, fight, fight. And then lore exposition, character stuff. Cute dog. Alrighty. Okay. Just thinking. Sorry. Thinking in my head a lot. I kind of think one of these should be from Explicita's point of view. It would be kind of cute to fight the party from the first campaign, but that seems like a lot. I think fighting Explicita has to be about, you know, punching the rage. Punching the rage out of her. And then we can get from her perspective rebelling against Fontrasan. Maybe. Or maybe the Fontrasan part. Maybe they'll just be soldiers fighting alongside Explicita, and Explicita will kill Fontrasan separate from the party's actions. And then they'll see Explicita being cursed to become the successor to Fontrasan. Hum. Lots. The possibility space is too big to be running this tomorrow. We gotta do this. So we'll have a little curve here, I think. We can almost do it up here. Because that kind of mirrors where that kind of mirrors the shape that the cavern was. I'll have to yoink the Explicita Defilis portrait again. By the way, highly recommend, like, taking adventures from other systems, just disparate adventures, and shoving them in your campaign world, because it can just result in such cool spiraling effects. It's very cool that there is a reason to bring Explicita Defilis, the first adventure in this campaign world, back now, and that it is, like, become increasingly important and relevant. Just because that was, like, the foundational adventure. Okay. I don't need that much space. And it does not need to match the old map perfectly. I need to get over that. Let's go ahead and do the water brush here real quick. Okay. Let's get some cave walls, some rock walls here. Kind of want the overhang and not... it's fine. Hello, Raven. Yes. Yes. Had a name change a couple of months ago. As soon as I got laid off and had to completely just stop streaming and working on side business stuff. It was very poorly timed. I've only streamed Pathfinder sessions since then and done no music, so it's... But yes, there is the illusion of forward progress before the halting, arrested, no progress. But we're getting there, you know? The intent is there, if nothing else. How you doing? Lovely to see you. Maybe we'll just have it... We'll have it fade to this here Plane of Dreams stuff. Doing well. Ooh, running a one-shot for a group of players who've never done role-playing before. Oh, very nice. Frantically scrambling for a good 5e one-shots. Especially because I've never DM'd before? Never DM'd before. Wow, very fun. Well, I was just talking about how much I love Against the Cult of the Reptile God, and how it was like the first adventure I ran in this world. And how it was surprisingly nice for can we transition out Fade as well? Not really. Heck. I'm sure it'll be fun too. I'm sure you guys will have a good time. Yeah, like my favorite one-shots are like old school style. Against the Cult of the Reptile God is probably a 3-session thing. But I love kind of like old school style adventures like that, and like Sepulchre of 7 and stuff, and then just making them kind of my own a little bit. It was between Madness of the Rat King. Ooh, Wolves of Welton. People have voted for Granny's Country Apple Pie very well. You're gonna have to tell me how that is. I'm excited to hear how it goes. I know nothing about that adventure in particular. I think I've heard of the other two. I've never heard of that one. When the ancient wizard Tindarius develops a craving for a special treat from his childhood, he will stop at nothing to get his... It's gone. The hands-on to the best apple pie in the whole world. He hires a group of adventurers to seek out the bakery that once produced the wonderful dessert. Unfortunately for them, the bakery has long since been overrun by goblins. But all is not as it seems at Grammy's bakery. And Tindarius isn't the only one who'd do anything for those pies. I see. Very nice, very nice. Kid-friendly adventure for heroes of all ages and experience levels. When the ancient wizard Tindarius developed a craving for it... I see. That was just in there twice, I see. Okay. Basically, it's got pre-made characters, and it's an actual one-shot. Very nice. That's a good quality for a one-shot to have, for sure. I hope it goes well. That sounds fun. Sounds like a very fun, goofy adventure. I'm into it. Claims to be a 2-hour adventure. Well, we'll see. Okay. Yeah, we'll just have like right behind the ethereal barrier, we'll just have some rock wall. I've broken something. Holy God. Okay, there we go. Oh no. I'm sorry. I should whitelist DM's Guild, but I can click it. I can see it. Twitch threw up this warning message with like a caution cone, like a orange and white cone, like a roadwork cone, and I was like, why is it opening VLC? Oh, okay. 5 to 7. Secret of Scarhorn Lighthouse is a 5 to 7 hour adventure for 5th level characters. That looks fun. Oh, it's got some nice maps built in. Okay. Oh, it's by Kelsey. Kelsey Jones. Very cool. That's got to be pretty good quality. I really like the way the DM guide was laid out. Everything's bullet points. Yes, that's so nice. It's so nice having that instead of like box text. I'm gonna... Once the wall fades away here, I'm just gonna let them see this kind of ethereal business and the rock wall behind it. Also, I've decided I don't want this to fade out. I'm doomed. I'm doomed. It's over. I can fix it, I'm sure. Oop. None. There we go. Sick. We did it. We did it. Corner there. Okay. I guess the plan is to run this one shot and see if people like it enough to actually make characters. Literally nobody in the group has ever played D&D at all before. That's a great way to go. It's a great way to discover new players and like build up a group over time. Sorry if this is a bad question. How are you doing without a job? I got another job. I got a job in which, okay, first of all, financially secure, totally fine, totally great. That's fine. However, that is because I got a job that was supposed to be part-time, supposed to be like 32 hours a week. They initially told me I was going to have a schedule where I was working no weekdays during the day. I was going to work the weekend during the day, like Saturday, Sunday, 1 to 9. I was going to work Monday, Tuesday, 9 p.m. to 5 a.m. The graveyard shift, which I'm totally fine with, leaves the day totally open to do contract work and side business stuff, right? Immediately, I've not worked that schedule once. I've not worked anything resembling that schedule once. I work 1 to 9 every day except Wednesday. So, like, I'm working every weekday during the day except one, in which I run Pathfinder, not leaving me any time to do the contract work stuff unless I do it after getting home from this other job. So I'm not happy, but I'm also not, like, I'm not happy with the new job, really, because they're, like, jerking me around a bit. But I'm also not, like, dying. I'm fine. It's fine. It's a very relatable and handleable amount of present misery. We're hustling a little bit right now with the overtime schedule, and it's fine. It's fine. There are people in much worse situations than me. Someone else at the job is working like 3 jobs and they're working like 70 hours a week. And I'm like, Jesus Christ. So, like, it's fine. Yeah. I want to be spending much more time with my dog. Sleep back there. I want to be spending much more time on side business stuff and approaching making the side businesses my main source of income. But it's fine. I am also interviewing for a much, much, much better job, and the interviews are going well so far. So we shall hope in that direction at present. I don't know if that answered your question, and I don't know if it's too much or not enough detail, but that's roughly what's up. And, like, compared to the time where I was just much rather be in my current situation than laid off and not knowing if I'm going to have enough money for rent next month, you know? So, you know, going from that to, oh, I'm building up savings, actually, is, like, its own kind of super relieving magic. What's the potential new gig? Technical support engineer for a code base, a company that helps keep your code bases secure, basically. Well, I don't know. You're not on the coding side specifically as much, but I'm sure you've heard of some of the like troubles in open source software land springing up from AI existing. AI springing up from generated code, and just like, you know, open source having a ton of commits and a ton of AI generated code, introducing new dependencies, accidentally introducing vulnerabilities. So this company is directly tackling that problem by helping like scan your bill of your software bill of materials, all of your dependencies, matching those up against known vulnerabilities, and also checking them for new, like checking if they're doing new risky activities, like phoning out to the network or collecting information or accessing files when they weren't previously. So trying to help with that problem and doing an actually pretty good job about it. So I don't know why I'm always so nervous to like name the companies when I'm interviewing. It's socket.dev is the name of the company. Konnor got a job there recently, not doing my job, but doing a technical account manager thing there. And it seems very cool. I'm actually pretty impressed with the company and what they're doing and the founder. And like, they're a company that's using AI, but also talking about we're actually solving a huge problem being created by AI. They're not like pretending that AI is a panacea that's going to solve everything. So, yeah. Exactly what you're saying. Given the amount of AI stuff that's just published by people who have no idea what they're doing, that's a growth industry. Exactly. And the founder's a maintainer of a lot of open source packages, contributes to NPM, that kind of stuff. So like it's the first time in a while where I'm like, oh, I actually kind of believe in what this company is doing. Like, I don't know. My last couple of jobs, I'm like, okay, yeah, sure. Sure, you're gonna say that you're helping people. Like your mission is about people, but you're like helping them with their web analytics, which is like just the fakest fucking shit. I mean, I'm pretty concerned about how AI is generally going to react to this switch to like actual token-based billing. Yeah. Yeah. It's already been a shit show. Nobody wants to pay what it actually costs to do things. I've been telling people for so long, like, do you remember in the early 2010s when Lyft cost like less than owning a car and it made sense to just Lyft instead of driving? Do you remember when it cost the same to get like food delivered as it did to like go pick it up? And like, are you unaware? do you remember when, like, Google Maps, the API was free, and then a ton of people started using it, and then they put token-based charging on the Google Maps API, and now no one wants to use it. And, like, the amount of, like, blinders people had down, and, like, oh, this is just the new way, and it's way more efficient. And I'm like, it's gonna get more expensive. They're trying to capture market at a loss. It's gonna get more expensive. Have you never? But there's a bunch of people who are like, oh no, this is the first big growth industry. This is the first big new technology, new disruption that I've paid attention to. Yeah. So, I don't know what that rant was about. Other than, yeah, token-based billing is fucking a lot of people up right now. The problem with that is Lyft could capture market at a loss and then increase price and become profitable. Yeah, because it didn't cost Lyft extra money per mile driven. Right. Yeah, they're not like perfect analogies, but in a lot of ways, I think it worked better for Lyft, for like Lyft and Uber than it's gonna work for like it's working pretty well for AI right now. But Lyft and Uber have never caused a massive bubble and then pop. Like, I don't know. Everyone's main argument is like, well, AWS and Uber lost money. Yeah, but like it is not this much money, yeah. And they at least had theoretical past profitability, right? Right. And it's not going from people who were paying $200 a month are now supposed to pay 15,000 like for the same amount of usage. And like the free tiers are just complete subsidies, like wild subsidies, like way worse than the AWS free tier ever was, which was like almost free for them. Like they were subsidizing accounts that would be paying $1 a month, $5 a month, you know? And also, to insert my own cynicism in this, some of these things you were paying for a product that you got for that time. Like you rode Lyft, you got to drive from point A to point B. There was no like future. That isn't decision making that could potentially screw you in the future by firing a bunch of engineers and only like relying on AI, and then whoops, the AI is now more expensive than the engineers. And also you have a bunch of tech debt because a bunch of bad coders were making a bunch of bad code with AI. Like, whew, I don't know. I don't know if you can tell. I could ramble about this for a while. Oh yeah, and the whole investment into data centers that just aren't gonna have demand. It's a lot. Yeah, if the people building data centers are losing money in order to sell capacity to providers like Anthropic, that are losing money in order to allow people to build layers on top of them that are also losing money, yeah. And there's a bunch of stock value being driven by companies circularly investing in one another and buying future product that hasn't been bought yet, and investors investing based on future profits that are not guaranteed. I don't know. It's gonna be... If it wasn't gonna be so bad, I would be looking forward to the bubble pop. But it's gonna be bad. It's already bad for everyone outside the bubble in other industries, but it's gonna be bad. I should look into some Ed Zitron. I'm not terribly familiar, but it sounds like we agree on some stuff. Okay. He's been yelling about how the entire AI industry is unsustainable for about 3 years now. My guy. With like actual sources and financial reporting, I would be curious to see some of that. Yeah, I will investigate. Let's get a little sandy texture in here. I think the sand and stuff is... I think there should be a bunch pretty high up here. I'm sorry. My bot's being a little aggro. I apologize. I'm glad it didn't ban you. Today I can exclusively report, based on audited financial documents viewed by this publication that have been independently verified by the Financial Times, that OpenAI lost around $38.5 billion in 2025, as well as other crucial details about the financial condition of the company. Due to the seriousness of this story, I'm not going to do very much editorializing, as the numbers speak for themselves. I'm going to give this a read later. I'm surprised, not that surprised. I'm a little surprised that the stock market, at least, it really feels like AI is going to pop sooner rather than later. Yeah. There is some, like, I don't know. It's weirdly resilient to fears and shocks compared to seemingly previous bubbles. Like, I thought there would be more of a reaction when Sora, I think it was Sora. Like when they turned off Sora, the video generating one, because it just was not near profitable, would not ever be, and it was hemorrhaging money and did not have a path to profitability. I thought there would be more of a recoil from that, but I'm not a stocks person. Oh, this needed to be under. Uh-oh. Let's see. Filters. Patterns. I don't think I like the look of this one, but that's fine. Let's mess with it a little first. Below water. I forgot that there's just simply no blending at the edge of water at all. Enable edge blur. I want to join on the AIBS conversation, but busy leveling with friends. We appreciate you being there in spirit. I don't like this texture very much. And that's not very good. That's not very good at all. I think I need to layer another thing on top of this. It's definitely useful when it comes to some code-specific tasks, like writing specific scripts, but I wouldn't let it write production code. Yeah, certainly not without... I mean, yeah. It needs a lot of oversight. Yeah. I do like this pattern better. It needs to be a little more over here. And it doesn't need to be that much further down here, but a little bit. I like this fade. That's very nice. I need a little water edge thing down here. I can't hold a large enough context window yet. To not screw up royally with knock-on effects without spending huge amounts of on tokens. Yeah. If it's actually an isolated method, okay, fine. It'll probably be okay. Right. And if it... Yeah. AI loves to tack on weird random dependencies, like small external libraries to do stuff instead of like writing it itself. And if you use AI over here to do one thing that like touches on a certain function that you need, and then the same over here, like it could end up pulling into different versions of the same library and causing conflicts that way, or like there's a lot of potential for repeat code. there's a lot of stuff with AI where it needs aid. If it's just like fully straight up writing code for you. What am I doing? I need, like I said, some shore, some water, some pond? No. What is it called? I never know how to find these like water line. I accidentally hovered over it, now it's gone. The ridge could work. This could almost work too. Let me try this. Not edit points. Let's do it the other way. Has to go under. We're almost through the checklist of ways I can fuck this up. Do I have fade on? I have fade on both sides. Not good. Okay. That works. That works great. I love that. Okay. Stuff that I have specifically used it on that is helpful. Hey, I have 200 skills across 9 classes here. Flag any outliers when it comes to effectiveness per cost or any errors in setup. Yeah. Finding stuff like, oh, you enter +5 when you meant to enter +5% is really helpful. That makes a lot of sense, yes. I do imagine AI is... I always want to say it with quotation marks. We all know it's not artificial intelligence, right? I do imagine that it's incredibly useful for testing. And like you said, finding outliers. Glorified fancy autocomplete, right? We had a Zelda music. Let's see, what do we want? I've been hanging out in Zelda a little bit. Do some Octopath. Ooh, yeah. If I can like export the DB in a fashion I can look at, yeah. If you fat finger anything, it'll just stick around forever, right? Or you can let the machine be like, oh, this looks kind of weird. Yeah, yeah. And that is precisely where this company I'm interviewing at is like using AI. They're specifically like using it to check for outliers or unexpected calls, you know, differences in, it's not permissions because you don't have permissions for desktop code, but, you know, trying to access things that it didn't try to access before if there's like a version change in a public package. And I think that's a great use. Yeah, using AI to flag stuff for humans to review generally makes sense, as long as they're not submitting automated pull requests. Yes, yes. Let's see. Oh, this doesn't look very good under the water. It's just a... I don't think so. I could try... Can I edit this water? I can change the colors. I don't know if I can change them back very easily. I don't know if that's much better, but it's fine. Nope. Nope. It just kind of takes... This is not like a high contrast effect, so it just takes all the color out and shifts it to be blue, which makes it look just like a white paint splotch. Might be able to throw some of this around to break things up a little bit. Eat away at a little bit of this cobblestone here and there. Sorry, this has been my extended AI is bad actually, but I still use it sometimes around. Yeah, like, no need to apologize, first of all. I enjoy talking about this stuff, even if I fucking kind of hate AI. There is no question to me that it will be super useful and transformative. However, it is, like, not the second coming, and it is not AI also, and there's a lot of things it's not that people are saying it is. Yes, it's not correct. It's not a transformative technology that's going to result in AGI. Like, people who say that just don't. There's a lot of people who just do not understand LLMs and how they work, and and that it's just like scoring word connections. It's just a web of like 2 different words, number, score, and just that infinitely. And there are people who are like, that's how brain works, though. That's how the brain is. And like, word connection scores are not neurons. I don't think that using this blue fire as the transition to water is going to be the move, but I will try. Oh yeah, it's not going to be the move. It's a little almost the move. We are in Weird Dreamland, but I don't think so. Water Shine? I don't think this is the move either. Basically, I just always need to... Oh, this does actually almost work. I just need to camouflage this super sharp transition. Need to is a very strong word. That actually does just kind of work. It's a little sharp up here, but... sharp up there when we're zoomed in turbo. They're not gonna be more zoomed in than like this. Players love to be zoomed out. Okay. We need some pillars in here. 3 of them to be exact. Kind of need to be... Ooh, I like... Oh, they're... I'm so changeable. Oh, I'm in the... No, I'm not. What doing? What's going on? Oh, because the scale's tiny. Okay, 1. They're so small. What's this called? No. I could do like pillar 2x2, get a bigger one, but... Oh, that's nice. These 1x1s are so big. I could use this. Kind of bust it up. That one there. Let's have the one in the middle of the water kind of busted up. think I just had another one here. Turned a little bit. Okay. And then, because I'm obsessive and I cannot stop myself from working in tiny details. Just a little bit of these kind of water disturbances going on around some of these. These ripples, water disturbances. Okay. Trying to decide. When the in-campaign one, 5 to 6 years ago, when the players beat this boss, this character that is returning here, it was done with the wooden oar of a rowboat. And I'm wondering if I should put like a broken rowboat and an oar here for the 2 players who were there and to see if they do anything with it. And if I do, should it be a trap? Should the oar rear up and be like a snake minion? Let's see. I can widen this a little bit without breaking the illusion too much, and I ought to because one of the characters is a 2x2 token. So let's just open up enough space for them to get through without screaming, without too much issue. Up here is fine. Everywhere else is fine. Too obsessive. I'm too obsessive about the little details. We gotta get moving. We gotta move on. I gotta clear this out and fill this. We have this negative dream space. I might as well fill up the gaps with it, you know? Could help myself by turning up the intensity so this goes a little faster, but whatever. Whatever, man. We're doing fine. That's why it takes me 9 hours to make a dungeon. Does seem exacting and precise. That's almost a kind description of what you're seeing. It's obsessive and nitpicky about things that literally the players are not supposed to see back here. Like, literally, there should be a wall blocking them from seeing all this. But it makes me feel good. Other than the crushing sense of impending deadline. I'll accept that part of it. I love obsessing over the tiny details. Okay. I had a thing during this prep that I thought was going to be quick. I was like, oh, we're just going to do like a little trap section up above. When they try to interact with something, they're going to get shunted up to this other area. I made a fucking labyrinth. I spent 2 hours doing this. It's like, yeah, this will be nice and quick. It took the most time of anything I've done. Okay, so this is this section mapped out at least. I don't know what this encounter is going to look like yet. That's not the job right now. The map is there. I'll put the encounter there when I'm good and ready. I'm going to hit Control S right now, though. That I'm going to do for sure. Okay, so that's one memory done. I thought I was going to make a stone wall here and then, like, blast it out or something. Maybe I will. I'm going to, like, delete that, replace it with rubble when they're interacting with that wall, but I don't think so. That is a nicety, a small detail that is not worth obsessing over right now. Okay. Okay, so that corner's done. I'm going to stop looking at it. As per our notes, that is the memory of defeat, with Explicita being slain. And then I said that we should not do the memory of rebellion directly after that. Probably do the memory of treatise. This will just purely be an exposition room, so I almost shouldn't work on it very much. Okay, I think I want this one to look like kind of a Greek temple, like Steris' temple. That did only take an hour. That was pretty quick. It was pretty quick to throw together. This one should also be pretty quick. Which is why I'm hesitating so much. And I don't think there will be an encounter here. I gotta sneeze. Excuse me. Okay. Start doing it. Let's see. Just pick a pattern here. I wish I could search for marble, but it's not quite that easy. I guess we do conveniently have marble right here. Maybe I should do it over here. I just know I don't want it to be like a clock, like we're starting up here and just going around. I don't know why I'm obsessive about obfuscating that. Having it like cross over here instead, but... But I just know the entrance to the temple faces west. So let's see. We'll just lay this down and we'll figure out. I did not mean to make it blurred. Let's fix that. Okay. We're gonna need something to break up this kind of repetitive marble floor, but that's fine for now. Do that with like shadows and stuff later. Right now, I think we have some paths that can act as like steps. Maybe? Ooh. These might work nicely. Not quite like that. None, none. Keep these in mind, these altar runners, for decorating the floor once we are more done with this area. We'll get there. We'll find something. When I don't know what to search for, there's a lot to scroll through. Moss. Oh, we could play with some of that too. Coulda, shoulda searched for marble right away. I see that there are some marble paths here that could work great. I think that's the move here. Okay. Marble. Kind of looks steppy. Just kind of playing around right now. me. Okay. Sort of is gonna make me search again. And I was like, I may have messed up. This just doesn't look much like a step. That's good for like the wall back here, maybe. There's probably a better wall option as well, but we'll see. We'll see. Let's look at some objects. Ooh, reusing these kind of spinny pillars is nice. Messed up the alignment. Gosh dang. Move it in a sec. Okay, so there's that. I need to shrink this building. Needs to be exactly one tile less tall. Don't make a heart shape. Don't do it. Here it may be impossible. Like maybe I could make like a tree shape, but I don't know. I don't know. We'll play with this more. Not presently. You can find that again by just searching marble. I think I like this one the most here. And now, as I said, we have to shrink this here guy. Shrink this building. That was being so clever, making it not right on the grid. I was like, no, I really do want this on the grid. It makes things so much easier. Okay. And then this should be walls. Okay. This is working okay. These don't look quite like steps, but they're kind of close. Kind of close. Let's not overdo it. On the fountain here, let's see. We're overdoing it on the fountain a little bit, and still. Cannot help it. Cannot help it. Yes, yes. Dwarven inlay. Yes, yes, yes. Oh, these do look a little more steppy, but not quite. Telling you, I can't help it. Okay. I can help that one. I can say no to that one. I can do it. I have the strength. And it looks bad enough. So much stuff in here for like custom fountain shapes, and the built-in one is good enough. Like pre-made fountain is great. Okay, come on. No more. No more fountain customization. Stop. I'm looking for steps. Let's see. I know how to spell. Oh my god. I don't know how to spell Deus. Oh, I did know how to spell it. It just shows daisies instead. Sick. Do I need to fuzzy it up more? Nope. I just... Alright, I don't know. Let's get some more of these marble inlay shapes, because I can't help myself. It's for the floor. It's not for the fountain, it's for the floor. It's for the pattern on the floor. Oh. Ugh, the mouse wheel on this mouse is starting to die too. I was talking about my delete button not working earlier. It's all going. How to make tree-shaped without making look cross-shaped. We'll stick with something like this. If I can get it to rotate. Okay. Oh, even this one rotated wrong. I need to fix that one. Jesus. Where's the slow rotate? There we go. That looks pretty nice. That looks pretty nice, man. Okay. And I still don't have stairs. Gosh, dang it. Stair. Hey. They're super dark though. These will work if I can. They're already tinted super bright. Normalizes grayscale. Oh, right. Boom. Brighter. Nope, not quite. Where's part of the acid is white, darkest is black. Not quite. Not quite. Need some more adjustments. Let's see if there's some brighter colored options. Chairs. The fuzzy search is too fuzzy. These sandstone ones are fine. These ones are, the outlines on these are a little thick for my liking. Dude. So these basins are sick. I bet turning the sandstone ones to grayscale will get pretty close. Okay. Okay. These guys... don't need a million of them. Something like this. Grayscale? Oh yeah, that's doing it. That's doing the work. I think I need to turn off the shadow and then drop. Oh, there's a built-in shadow. Sick. Okay. We're doing it. It's too long. I guess if I'm doing under, the shadow will just be a little dark here. And that's fine. Is there a corner? Yes, there is. Need a double corner on the outside. Yes, there. It's on the inside. That's an inside corner. Need an outside corner. Do they not have? Oh. Like they will, but the shadow's going to be wrong. And the alignment's going to be wrong. Heck. I guess this works. I'm a dummy. It's fine. It's fine. I figured it out. Where'd the long double go? Down here. That's where the long double goed. Oh, I just had a minor brain blast. I can like extend the temple out here with like a side chamber. Yo, angled stairs? Messing me up. Maybe I do this one over? I kind of think so. Here we go like bam. Oh, this is how I can just extend this infinitely as needed. Hecking me up, dude. All the way up. Oh no, the lines are a little sharp. Oh no. Let me just check. It'd be a little like that anyway. They don't blend exceedingly well. I don't like it. I don't like it. Okay. Move the corner. Do it back here. And I'm spending my time on useful stuff. As always. This is going to be the first time that we've seen Steris' like home temple on screen, so I just want to make sure I do it like good justice. Oh, wrong one. I'm about to go copy the other one instead of finding the right thing to click on. Oh, this is because I'm a dumb. It's because I'm a dummy. And then this one. And then one more of these. And then like one more of these. Where'd it go? Not these, right? You can put the wall. Nah. Nah. Okay. Okay. Back to the pattern tool. Edit points. And back to... I actually am just fully going to copy these guys this time. I want to go find them. Oh, but now it's not centered right. Oh, that's horrible. Okay, I'm going to go find the guys. Marble. When's marble? I guess it had fountain in it, right? Marble, fountain. Ooh, but I think it was lower than that. Oh, nope, there we are, almost. Nope. Oh, it's these ones, right? So this guy for the end point. Over, please. I could put a little statue over here, maybe. Maybe. I hope the players find this cool. This is gonna be the third backstory thing that ties into this temple, this same temple. This will be the kind of third perspective we've seen it from. Sorry for punching the microphone. Sorry about that. And again, first time on camera. Ugh, I'm not gonna have tokens for it. Ugh. I've set up this whole scene, and I'm not gonna have tokens for the floor, and I'm not gonna have tokens for Fondrason, and I have cornered myself. I can use shadowy tokens, it's fine. Oh, and it can be like Nekef and Ruhaira, and it can not be the four directly. Maybe. That might be a way to do it. Okay, that'll do. All right. Another hour, another corner down? Perhaps? Hard to say. Oh my gosh. I have too many layers going on. Can I make this? These should be like, I don't know. Oop. Oh goodness. Filter, what are these? These are all objects, including the stairs, so that sucks. We'll get most of them. Layer. No, that's not what I meant. We'll put these on user layer. These are pretty high. These are basically walls. We'll put them at above walls. Okay. And then we can put that base in because we all know that's super important. Literally not at all. Like not even a, it does not enhance this one bit. I guess over here it might. No, I hate it. No, I hate it. We're not going to do it. All right, sick. I love the fountain. I love the fountain. We're going to do a shadow thing. I can't help myself. Path tool, shadow path. Medium. Which way is this? Which way does it go? It's got to go this way, so it's got to shrink out. We're going to do... I don't want more than that. Let's see. I want the shrink to be way more dramatic. Kinda ain't it. I want it to be like a 45 here. I don't know how to cheese that. I don't know how to do that. Oh, turning down smoothness. Turning up smoothness, I guess? Did it? Who am I to complain? There's like no way. Where's like the double-sided shadow? Here it is. A little bit too sharp, you know? The fade doesn't. Just the fade doesn't work. Double shadow path. Okay. That'll do. Sort of. Sort of. I don't know why this one looks... I don't know. I don't know. It'll be fine. It's all gonna get slightly smudged when you export anyway. I don't need to worry that some of the lines are a little sharp. Huh? What layer is this? What do you mean? That's a bit much. That's not bad. That's okay. Yeah. Yeah, look at that. I mean, that's too much. Look at that. Brilliant. Love that. Okay. I'm... Little shadows go a long way. Should do some around the edge here, but frankly, I'll probably come back and do that, but I can't do that right now. Part of the problem, one problem is I don't know what challenge to put in here or how they can interact with this scene at all other than watching it. So that's a bit of a thing. Shadows on this. It's kind of shadows, but there's kind of not shadows on this guy. Leave it alone. Leave it alone. Got stuff to do. Got things to do. You think they're going to be able to tell the quality difference between this frickin' stairway and, like, as things progress and I hurry more? Okay. All right. We're at 4 hours. I'm going to go take another break. Yeah, I'm going to go take a break, a couple of minutes, maybe grab a snack, and then I'll be back. Then we'll work on this a little bit more. I got one more that I have to progress, maybe even hopefully finish before the night is done. So yeah. And we've got 2-ish hours to do that before we hit about 6 hours, which I don't know, maybe that's where we'll end, maybe it won't be. I don't know. Anyway, I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Thank you guys for hanging out. Thank you for the lovely conversation earlier. I'm surprised I managed to get so much done while we were yapping about AI earlier, but we kept it plugging away, and I had a good time. So I'll be back in a couple of minutes. See you guys then. Till then, enjoy the Octopath jams. I returned. And I had a little bit of a brain blast while I was walking around, just kind of pacing, just kind of thinking. Also, my headset died, and I'm glad it. I don't know. I was letting Josie outside, and my headset just turned off by itself. It's like, okay, maybe it's out of batteries, but I just hit the power button and it turned right back on. All right. So, Memory of the Treatise. This is kind of what it's about. It's the negotiations between the Naga, the Guardians of the Land, and the Four, or at least their generals, their council members, whatever. And just before I left, I was like, I don't really know how to make a challenge here, but it could be. Challenge could be about like there's conflicted memories. They're basically in the plane of dreams for all of these encounters and witnessing past memories through that lens. And the challenge here could be about piercing through Explicita's anger / hatred. Get her to hear the truth. Words of the Naga, and Fontrason in particular, could be silent until they break through to Explicita. And just kind of like a skill challenge centered around that. Just a social encounter. The brain blast seemed more intense when I was away from my computer not writing it down. But I think that's the shape of something good, and I think I can refine that. Yeah. Could reveal battlefield. Bezgal's fallen soldiers. Seen in previous visions. Bezgal herself entering the negotiations and sacrificing herself for her warriors. To go unharmed. That could be good. Hmm. The aftermath. Bezgal's soldiers being revived. As part of her exchange. Saving not just those that remained living. Turkon hears. And everyone else hears. Those who taught him Vezgal's teachings. Saying their version of her tenets. So I need to go dig those up. Let's see. Yeah, I think we're gonna weave that in here. We're gonna smash that into place here. Yeah, okay. So, if the challenge is this social encounter about that, if the party fails here, they can return after unlocking the memory of duty. We're out of music, we're out of jams. Fire Emblem? 3 houses? Maybe? So they'll be armed with more context. Yeah, and I think we're gonna be using Niketh and the others from the Veilspire as conduits being possessed by the Four rather than giving the Four tokens. I think that just makes more sense. They're faces that the party's familiar with. I think that's a move. Okay. Okay. Ooh, okay. Sorry, I just keep having little mini revelations of how this can flow. So over to the memory of rebellion, explicita, slaying Fontrason. Um, I think it starts with explicita. Demanding the presence of Denala. Okay. The drow know about the native gods sealed in the vaults. They want to make contact. They want to come to know these forgotten gods. Without fear of reprisal. I think they've been told by the four that also I think let my dog outside. Let my dog outside. He's got a little bit of a sunlight sensitivity these days. So I let him outside now that the sun's going down a little bit. I think I hear him grumbling. So I'm gonna be right back and we'll continue with this brain blast. Okay, I'm back. Oh, good, a lyric song. 7 minutes? I gotta skip it. I cannot brain while lyrics are blasting. Not while also muttering my own random stuff. Okay, so. They've been told by the four, the drow leadership, at least, has been told by the four that they've been told the truth. The four need an army. To reclaim their homeland. And the drow are the most promising. Prosperos' flock. I love the bell sound effect toward the middle of this track, toward like the middle layers of this track. Remind me of a Final Fantasy XIV song, very much. Let's see. And told the truth by the 4. Indian army. Okay. So the whole thing here is that the Drow have been told the truth about what's going on with the 4. The 4 need to build up an army. They've also been hearing the whispers, the dreams of the forgotten gods buried deep below. Makes sense. The Drow are in this world's equivalent of the Underdark, the luminous vault, the luminous breach. So they've been getting hints of this already. And then a priestess of some sort has come and, like, connected the dots. Said that the 4 came here to raise an army. They sealed away the gods that were here. They sealed away the native gods to make space to build their army. You were the children of some other gods, etc., etc. Basically, Denala is going to figure out that this priestess telling the Drow these things is an agent of the Void, which will negate anything that Explicita is saying. It just, no matter how much sense Explicita is making, Denala will not allow for this to go through, not make this deal. Not bend to these demands. And Explicita will then push the rebellion, will push the fight. So. But they've also been told by an agent of the Void, Staya, the truth of the forgotten gods. They were sealed away by the 4 to make space to, you know, so that they could raise this army. Denala demands to know how they came by this knowledge. Looking more curious than anything right now. Explicita will reveal that it was told to her lord by a Stheno priestess named Staya. Staya. Oh, dog, I know. Couple more hours, buddy. Poor puppy. Okay. Denal will ignore the request and demand the location of this Staya. Explicita, frustrated, will ignore that request. Saying that if they are to leave and fight on the Four's behalf, they deserve to know the gods who once ruled the land that they are leaving. Who originally fostered the drow. Fostered's not the right word, really, but you know what I mean. Nurtured. So they're just talking past each other at this point. Sorry, this is a little heavily scripted, but anytime it's like two NPCs talking at each other, it kind of, I want it to be snappy. I want it to make sense. I want it to flow. So I'm going to script it even more than this once we're done here. But I just want to have the shape of it in my head. Yeah. So Denala will say something like, until she is able to determine the what do you call it, the intentions of this priestess, until this priestess is handed over and her intentions revealed, any such contact with the Forgotten will be... What's the word? Forbidden is like too soft a word here. Yeah, we'll just say forbidden. We don't gotta go ham. Explicta will glower and draw her blade. Sparking to anger. Like she's just getting pissed. Before saying... something along the lines of, like, you'll not steal away our source of truth. Well, you decide which, which truths are convenient enough to share. Something along those lines. I will expand upon this. I will rewrite and edit this. But this is all going on. The party, the monsters experiencing this, are inside Explicita's memories. They will have a chance to perceive her thoughts and the things affecting them. There are whispers in the back of her mind. A voice you do not know, driving her to violence and anger. She does not She is not aware of this voice herself. So Staya is this whole time like prodding Explicita in the direction of violence, in the direction of defiance. And Denali can kind of see this, but does not see the consequences of denying her. Whew, holy. Okay. Battle erupts. Is erupts 1R? I swear I cannot spell anymore. Erupts is 1R. Okay. So we have battle erupts, and then we have Ball of Fontrason. Explicita pulls a dagger. A familiar one. Though made of steel and not jade. Slick with an unsettling, oily coating. Back, but I haven't been paying attention. Suddenly the call I was in filled with tons of people. How's been the planning? Pretty good. Having some lore brain blasts to kind of pull some of this stuff together, these kind of memories, and come up with the challenges for it, as well as just how we're going to pull this all together. Thematically. So yeah. So yeah, it's coming along. We've got a recreation of a cave from our campaign 1, our first campaign 1 boss fight, who is a key player in these memories that the party is re-experiencing. And then we have the temple that makes up Steris's kind of childhood home. that also happens to be historically relevant to what's going on here. Over here, we're going to have this battle that I was just talking about. With all that preamble, we're going to have a battle in some forestry over here that I think is going to be pretty straightforward. I think this is going to be even more dreamscapey than the other sections. I think this one will be a bit easier because it just kind of has to be some woods. It's weird how this looks so like kind of big. Probably not, I guess. It's probably 50. Oh, it's about 100 feet long, right? A little less. It's like 75 feet long. Like, this is a pretty big space. But this looks like nothing. It's like nothing's going on here. Even though it's the same space. I mean, right now there is nothing going on, but it looks like there's not enough space to have like a pitched battle over here. But that's fine. Okay. So we're gonna have a fade here of just, I think this will be the easiest one. Or the hardest one, because it's the simplest, and it's hard to make simple things look good. What the hell? Okay. Oh, shoot, the grayscale thing is on. Maybe a grayscale one. Ain't so bad. And then we'll just have like green ass trees over here. Oh, or like autumn. Ooh. Oh, I'm finding autumn particularly evocative, but you know. Where'd they go? Should not have clicked off. These are a totally different style. Not feeling it. Also still the same incorrect style. I could almost. Stand by. Stand by. Copy, paste, move it over here. This top one is going to be not like that. I'm going to change it to a pattern. Enable edge blur. Also bring to front. Maybe we'll put it on, yes, up here. Blur direction. I wish I had a spinner here to find the blur direction. This is... Okay, let's move it away. I need it to be the kind of southwest side that blurs. It's not 180. Could it be negative 180? Did I break it? What the fuck, dude? It's having some trouble. I'm having some trouble. Uh, 45. That's about right. Okay, and then we do... Can't be snapping. Ooh, there we go. Hell yeah. Huh. Do I want to do that again? Kinda. The stupid things I do for this game. Turn it off grayscale. Turn it into a pattern. Enable blur, blur direction 45, should be about right. That's got to be up. These are layer 2. It's a little blurry. That's not too bad. It is a little blurry, but that's fine. The effect stands. The effect works. And then I'm only going to do one of these. Only one of these trees is going to be the same way. This one will start grayscale, and we'll change it to a... Oh, it's not a... That's not grayscale in the pattern. Dang heck. Okay. Okay, so this one's got to be grayscale. And then this one, enable blur, and it has to just be the total opposite direction, which is what? -90, -1, 35? Kinda like that. And then this has to be 200. Oh, that's pretty good. Feels like you're in Photoshop more than Dungeon Draft, I know. Paying off, I like the colors. Yeah, that's a cool effect. It's cool. Okay. It's worth the 5 minutes of fiddling for that. I like that effect a lot. Okay. We must have small little bushes and stuff in that style, right? Surely. These look so huge. I don't know. I should have turned shadows on for a bunch more of these. I'll grab them in a sec. We'll put another tree there. Big bush for random cover and stuff, I guess. Could have some. Ooh, I've like literally never looked at these joints. These are kind of cool. I don't know when I would ever put something together this. Yes, I do. I do this shit all the time. But these are pretty small. These are pretty small joints. I thought there would be more full walls and stuff. Okay, well, let's do a statue. This could work. See if there is another one. I need my scroll wheel to work more reliably. I should swap out. I got another exact same mouse. I have a Corsair Scimitar, like an MMO mouse. Love it a lot. I got a wireless version to use with my laptop while I was at work. I did that about 2 weeks before they shut down. And anyway, I should just switch to using that. I have like a brand new mouse that just simply is sitting in my backpack. And that one's wireless. It has a scroll wheel that works. I should also try to fix this scroll wheel, because it's a perfectly good mouse in every other way. The scroll wheel is just being weird. I don't know how I would fix that, but maybe I can get replacement parts. Oh, lovely statue. Lovely brain statue. Okay. Lots of brain statues. It's kind of a cool one. Okay, let's get past the brain statues. That's not what we're in the Cthulhu's and the whatnot. I like the sundial. Wish they weren't pointing to noon. But that's fine. We don't need to go for the dawn light. These are all the same, but in different colors. Them the default statues, which I do not like very much for my art style. The prayer stance is just what's getting me. It's getting my goat. We should have at least... I saw the cobra statue, the snake statue. We should have that. Oh, I should have one of those over in the other space as well. Bro, do you see... Okay, it's fine. Okay, not like on top of her head, though. totally sure. That's fine. Don't like that these are... Let's try the grayscale here. That's better. That's better. It's closer to that. A nice marble color. I'm doing way more stuff with color than usual. They're better. Not better. Is there a different bird statue closer to what I'm going for? I don't think so. This is a good song for setting up the big mass combat scene. I don't know if that's... I don't know, this weird mounted head is the perch I want this eagle standing on, but we could just do this. Head is gone. Excellent. Problem solved. Love like it. Yeah, overturned boat. Just a smashed boat in here. Is there an oar? What? I search for ore and I get menu sign insert black B3 one by one. I don't think I see an O in here. How'd this come up for ore? How'd that happen? Okay. Let's turn down the fuzzy. Board at least I get. I don't actually know. There's not more like ores on their own. Paddle maybe? If he's like a cutting board, I'm gonna be really upset. Oh, here's some. There we go. Nice and black and white. And if they approach the ore, it's going to turn into another snake. It's a good meme, trust me. There's not like pre-made hills and stuff here. Oh, there are! Holy! They're huge! Oh yeah, this should be on a rock. A lot of gray on gray. Down here it is. It is. I could try... What was it? I guess I can just click it. I can just click it and test it. Oh, come on. Stay clicked, babe. All right. It looks... all right. It looks all right. I like it better, mossy. I'm gonna put some like grass and stuff on this too. I'm so excited that this is coming together. I thought it was gonna be way harder to get this all together today, but I can already just run this tomorrow. Coal fill. Oh, those are for like carts and stuff. I understand. Hills. Why are the closer matches lower down on the page? I don't understand the search. I don't understand it. We have mills and hilts before hills. I don't get it. I also just don't super like these hills, to be honest. What happens if I change it to a pattern and then turn on blur, turn off direction, blur range? It's not great. Smoothness. It's not great. Maybe I could do directional. Why does 0 mean it's blurring from, like, all directions? Why is that what that means? I hate that. Let's try negative 180. Try 180. It's the same. Let's try 90. Let's try 135. Let's try 45. Let's try 55. Let's try 65. It really does not look like it's moving. Oh, I think I meant to go the other way. Zero's round. Really, it's like just, I guess, because no direction is all direction. Yeah, something like that. I'm gonna stop trying to blur such a long shape. It's giving me guff. It's making me mad. Making me mad. I'm just gonna leave it alone. We're gonna turn off the blur. How do you like that? don't like it at all. I don't like it at all. We're just... I'm going to try a path. I'm going to try a path. I'm going to try to stop freaking out. Ridge. Ridge has some good stuff for us, I understand. Oopsies. Just testing. Not a huge fan of this either. It kind of works. Let me try. Just getting this outer edge covered, and maybe I'll like it. Literally true, actually. Literally good. I do... That's good. That's good. I could do another one around like this ridge, because I just really don't like these pen lines. Not bad. Replace the pen lines with ridges, and it looks okay. Let's get another hill. Let's get another hill to die on. Don't ask me what I'm saying. I don't know. To the path tool. I think it's got to be around this side, right? Oh. How did I get this guy? How did I get this guy on layer? Oh, it's on layer 1. What is happening? I do not entirely understand. I don't get it. Go to user layer 2. I don't care. It's fine. Transition out. Shrink. Doot. Should I have done this a different way? Might be fine. We go under, we get rid of the transition. Okay, no, it's fine. These look so good with those transitions added. This looks so good. Ah, okay. I'm gonna do that for this one? Maybe. Probably. We'll probably try it. It's gonna be over the snack and stuff. I'm gonna have to adjust that, but it's fine. accidentally did under. We gotta do over. Boop, 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 boop. We're even. What's even? Okay. Okay. Oopsies. No, I do not want to. I do not want to exit OBS. My mouse slipped over to the other screen and I almost just ended stream. Okay, filter. No paths. No paths. No patterns? What do we got? I'll move the hill back down in a sec. Don't freak out. Zero layer 2. I guess that's all I need to do. Bam. Now this snake does look a little silly. Like... It's fine. I'm not going to worry about it that much. It looks fine when you're not in turbo immersion mode. And even when you are, it looks okay. It just looks a little weird. Okay. Alrighty. Alrighty, we're doing pretty good. I did have a thought here. I want to like scatter some leaves and stuff on this. Can I snap this? No smooth. No, I don't have a... Okay, it's fine. Gosh dang it. Gosh dang heck. It's okay over here, but like the pattern is identical. Stand by. Like even just that should be an improvement. Wish it wouldn't drag it back this way as I pull it. I might have to just redo it from the other side. Because getting this to join might be a little... Well... No. Gosh, dang it. Dude. Stand by. We did it. We did it. Now I can't adjust the point down here, but it's fine. No one will notice that there's a little gap. I will convince myself that this is true. I guess I can fix it. Beep. Yeah, it's fine. Is it everywhere? Why are you making me so mad? And here? I swear to God. I'm over it. We're good to go. It's fine. Yeah, it was pretty... The matching was too much for me. It was too much for me. I had a much easier way to fix it. You could just throw some bushes on that shit. But whatever, it's fine. Gotta be some red vines and stuff. Yeah. Just like this. Cover it up. Just cover it up a little bit. It's a little bright red, but that's fine. We're in a dream. It's fine for it to be a little amped up, you know, a little high contrast, a little saturated. And it's a dream with a god in it. It's okay. Okay, all good. And we are just fully gonna leave the last quadrant undone right now. I feel like there is no way. I feel there's no way they'll get there tomorrow, and there's other stuff I'd rather focus on. The encounter building for the stuff they will get to tomorrow. I have a lot of traps to put together. A lot of stuff to do. I gotta hide this path I gotta keep it somewhere, too. Let's copy it. We're gonna make a new floor. I'll back up. Yeah, sure, something like that. It's gotta be like this, right? Yeah, it's like that. Okay. So a knife trap, we gotta get rid of it now. Sick. I do fear it might be too easy to follow the critical path. But maybe not. Maybe not. It doesn't matter. Still quite a bit of distance here. Like I said, like 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34? Times 5? Jeez. That's like 150 feet of movement. It's not too short. Someone could get there in about 2 turns if they're really... People in this party can get there in 2 turns if they guess super right. And there's a lot of... I feel like there's a lot of false exits where they can get a peek and go, oh, it's probably that way, and then have to, like... There's a lot of places they can falter. I'm not going to worry about it. They may or may not go directly to the exit, and that's fine. Do I do any more? Do I do any more adjustments? Could do some green trees out here. Okay. It's very... It's like almost a little too gimmicky with the 4 quadrants and the 4 different memories and everything, but I feel like there's going to be enough obfuscation and enough steps and like strangely backtracking through memories. I think it's fine. I hope it is, because we put 6 hours of work into it today. So I hope it's fine. Do you think a nice spiral of this dream material? Over here is just going to be like a hill where Caladris is addressing the other Naga. Yeah, I do like how it looks very much. That's all good. Yeah, I do think it looks very cool. I don't think there's any more that I need to add. Or adjust. I think we're good. I think I can export it and start doing encounters. And maybe I'll have to make adjustments later, but it's fine. Yeah, it does have that kind of paradise feel, which it should as the garden of the former owner of the tower. It should have a kind of dreamy paradise feel to it. Maybe, okay, just a little bit more, just a little tiny bit more. Okay, too big. Too big. I'll make less big. Going to be just a little bit of Steris's memories intermingling here, since Steris grew up in a future version of this temple. So I'll make some mention of, like, you can almost see the garden path that's been, like, referenced a couple of times in encounters with Steris's sister. So I'm very excited for this dungeon. It is maybe... It's less of a wizard tower that I think tourists and Voraktee want it to be, so I will need to make up for that soon. We'll have to do another delve into the tower and do something a little more straightforward and a little less this. Okay, I'm gonna export this. Like I said, we'll work on this check over here. Hopefully I get Tuesday off next week, and hopefully I can get back to this. I do have to ask for Friday off next week, so I might not. We'll see. Alrighty. What do we got? Right about 6 hours? No, I have our Daggerheart campaign that I play in with Mitchel and Sarah, one of the other players in my campaign. It's been on pause for a while, and next Friday works for almost everyone, and it works for me if I can get next Friday off. So I'm gonna try to Gonna try to shoot for that as best I can. All right. Yeah, I think 6 hours is good. Is good for today. I'm gonna probably go play with the grumpy dog back there, and then I'll work on some encounter building stuff on my own, and we can review that next week, or you can see it tomorrow. And we'll go ahead and start wrapping it up. Let me see who's on the line. There's someone I've been trying to catch. I know she streams tomorrow. Right when I'm streaming Pathfinder, so we'll see. We'll see. I don't have her. No, darn. Well, Cartoon Queen has been rating me like every time we play Pathfinder, and I keep trying to catch her, but she streams while I'm at work. I'm at work every day, and ends before I finish Pathfinder tomorrow. So, unfortunately, she is not around to catch tonight. And it's too early. Ooh, Lunchbox. Lunchbox playing some Magic the Gathering. Okay, it's been a while. It's been a while since I got to hang out in Lunchbox's stream as well, for the same reason, because he streams while I'm working. So we'll hang out over there. We'll catch a little Magic the Gathering. He's been live for about an hour and a half, so I think he'll be hanging out for a little more, a while. Let's go hang out over there. Not the secret Lunchbox, mind you. It is the Lunchbox. Another... We got a D&D leaning streamer, but also plays a lot of Magic the Gathering and stuff. Some folks might recall... Oh, he doesn't know my new name. Oh, well. Oh, well. Maybe he'll guess. At any rate, we have a lot of... And I'm shy because I'm elaborating with these theories. It's fine. We'll go hang out over there. Like I said, lots of crossover, lots of D&D talk in his Discord and whatnot, and on stream. And I think he's running some community games right now, not literally right now, but in the present timeline. And I think he streams some of those. I'm not totally sure, because again, my new job makes it impossible to connect with people anymore. But great place to hang out. So I'm gonna head out. Yes, I will. As you may have just heard, work has been slaying me with my current schedule. I did get a job. Boy, do I have a job. Boy, do I. So, but I will check in. I will check in on Discord. I hope you guys have a wonderful evening and a wonderful rest of your week, and I'll see you all. I'll be here tomorrow. I'm straight back by tomorrow. Have a good night. Goodbye. Mm-hmm.